Hello everybody, it is Reality Check. Jr., also known as Ralph Hayes Jr., host of probably the worst programming on the internet, Spleen Squeezins. It was me doing art, having an emotional breakdown, you know, the usual, and discussing the various topics of the day while I do bits and drabs of art. Now, let's see here. We are opening up, and for those who are wondering, the ambient sound is called Washed Ashore. Hello everybody, it is Reality Check. RH Jr. Let's see here. Washed Ashore, also known as Hostile Jungle. Okay, this does not sound very good. I don't know. I'm going to try and find another one. The background ambience is by ambientmixer.com. Gives you various free combinations of noises and sounds and such to listen to. Let's see here. Lots of rain and thunderstorm and the most common ones are rain, fire, fireplaces and such, and forests and crowds. And that doesn't strike me. I'm trying to get something different, but we're really not finding anything. Trying a new one here. This is okay, yeah. This is Studying for the Owls in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Turn it down a little bit. I don't know. It doesn't relax me. Okay, it definitely doesn't relax. Let's see. Sounds for waiting loops. Okay, I'm really not finding what I'm looking for here. It's Asian meditations. Let's try that. Yes, and this is public domain stuff. Alright? So whatever dingleberry is listening to this and auto-thumbing it for copyright violation, it's not. Stop it. Oh, yes. This is so much better. Oh, thank you for coming to Squishy Mart. Please try our new fishy. Thank you, come again. Hey, I'm sorry, you guys, don't blame me. I'm not the one that had 98% of you guys come over to America and start setting up gas marts. I don't know. What is it with with the Middle Easterners starting up gas marts? Why gas marts? They could have started up pink flamingo sales or something. I don't know. I was wondering about this. Hey man, those props to the Indian people for keeping our mini mart society running.
All lines are busy. Please hold. All lines are busy. Please hold.
All lines are busy. Please wait. Thank you for calling. Well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. I don't know. Whatever. Gotta go with something. Might as well go with this. I'm probably gonna be sick of it in 5 minutes. Oh, you like my fake Middle Eastern Indian accent. He thinks they are funny. Ah ha ha. You see, what I'm doing is playing Find the Social Justice Warrior. That's the new term for them now. You know, I find it's very nice. They finally come up with a term, SJW, for all these annoying people like environmentalists and well, I suppose environmentalists get thrown in there. Animal rights activists and environmentalists and the feminists and the people who complain about issue people. And the race baiters and everybody. Call it social justice warriors. There you go. Perfect. SJWs. SJWs. I'm playing Find the SJW. It's a fun game. Any social media. What you do is you simply tell a funny joke until somebody comes along and goes, "That's not funny." Ding, 1 point. No, that is not very funny. For those who are following or barely interested in my fan fictions, yeah, I should have another chapter up in another day or so. Just dribbling in it, just blah, 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 blah. That's the way to do it, fish with a rock. Now, there's a homeless man you can get behind. This man, no home, nothing but a grocery cart. What is he? Fishes with a rock. All these people sitting at home. I don't know what I'm going to do if they cut off my, This guy, man of action. He's like, like screw your screw your food stamps. I got a river and I got a rock. You ain't stopping me. Step up. Yeah. Okay. I used to do this. I used to have this, what do they call those hats with the flaps in the sides? They look like a Russian hat. It was a freezing winter a couple of years back. I wore it to work all the time. And they thought it was hysterical. One of my coworkers cracked a joke about it, making me look like a Russian. I said, he's good. Wear warm hat. Keep ears warm. And she just boom, hit the floor, dying. I use that Russian accent all the time. Hello, my little babushka. It's freezing like frozen north. It's colder than Siberia's out there. And I just tripping on her. Of course, I've never been able to keep an accent. Sounding like I'll start out with one accent, and the next thing I know, it sounds French. I don't know. Trying to see if I can balance this music a little bit. It's getting a little too... Won't let me change it. Okay, let's see here. Let me pull up what I was doing earlier. Finished last page. Time to get started on the next page. Yay! People don't really realize, Islam is getting all the attention right now. Those big attention hogs, big babies, making all the noise. Must be a glitch in the setup. I don't know. Anyway, everybody talks about how barbaric the Muslims are. It's hard not to notice, but I'll be blunt with you. The Hindu religion has got some pretty bleak. Has got a pretty bleak track record too. Their caste system, the untouchables, they literally had to be put to gunpoint to be stopped from burning their widows to death. What are you going to say to that? It's they're not the only ones passing themselves. The Muslims aren't the only ones passing themselves off falsely as a religion of peace. You know what I'm saying? Christianity is not a religion of peace. So, in fact, Jesus himself said, "I do not bring peace, but a sword." He was not saying it, but he did make it. The message was not going to be spread by the sword. It was to be spread by peace and love, but it was still going to bring strife. He said, "Father against son, brother against brother," because the nature of the word, the nature of the message of Christ, of salvation, was going to bring strife into the world. For no other reason than simply that the enemy of God and of the children of God is in charge of this world, and he is running loose in this world, and he is going to set men's heart against Christians and against Christianity, against Jesus, at every chance he gets. Christianity was not to be spread by the sword. When the Apostle Peter drew his sword and attacked the men who came to arrest Christ stopped him, told him straight out, this is not to be. Those who live by the sword shall die by it. His message was not to be spread this way. This was not to say we were not to be, this was not to say we were to be helpless and defenseless and to let simply let people kill us. But we were not supposed to conquer the world with a sword point. Only with his word. But anyway, Islam is exceptionally bad because that is the only way it spreads as religion. It spreads through conquest. Procreation and conquest. The Muslims move into an area and they have as many children as they possibly can. And they get as many converts as they can. And once they reach the threshold, the swords are drawn, and they conquer from within. That is how they've been doing it for thousands of years. And once they're large enough, once they have conquered enough territory, they start actively conquering other territory. It's not a religion; it's a theocracy. Anyway, let's see here. Pulling up the next page. Well, I've already changed my mind on how it should be arranged. Let's see here. Let's see here. This is not what I want. Can't seem to get it to delete. Try this. There we go. Finally. Let's see here. all these frame layouts. I'm not sure. I would probably have to be much more familiar with anime or manga magazines to really know what sort of tempo each of these frame templates is supposed to have. And they do have a tempo. They're supposed to imply certain beats, rhythms. In Western comics, for instance, a typical middle of the week newspaper strip, 3 or 4 panels. You have 3 panels typically. The usual setup is the first panel is the setup. The middle panel is the build-up, and the third is the delivery of the joke, the punchline. If you get really clever, you get ones that get multiple, what I like to call multiple punchlines in, where they drop one joke, drop a second in behind it, and then get a couple, 2 or 3 other cheap laughs off the end of it. I'm trying to remember. There was one particular strip I did. I was so oh yeah. Let me see if I can find it. It depends on the size of the shape of the panel, what you're setting up. Jagged panel, canted angle panel will indicate action moving in one direction. A full page panel, tableau, dun dun dun. Here we are, and it's very subtle. And I am not as familiar with Japanese comic books as I am with American ones, obviously. So I don't really get the instinctive tempo of the comics. Well, let me think here. Camp Calamine. Here we go. Setup. Delivery, punchline. That's a general version. But let's see here if I can remember what page it's on. See here if I can. This is a broad panorama panel, one joke. Anyway, I'm closing in on it. This is the one comic strip I'm extremely proud of because I managed to get 3 freaking punchlines in one comic. Here it is. It swiped a joke from oh, sounds like the delivery guy's here. Be right back. Basically, this was in the middle of a story arc where Charles and some of his campers were basically sabotaging the ethnic pride fair in the middle of camp. And I said, okay, Carlos, why don't you tell us about your life in Mexico? Lady, I told you, I'm not Mexican, I'm Cuban. Oh, I'm sorry. And where do Cubans come from? Florida. Well, not all of them, of course. Just the ones that can swim. Is there anything from your family has from Cuba that you think is special? Yeah, a rubber raft and a pair of freaking oars. The rare 3-punchline comic strip, folks. I need a lot of things. I need a proper archive system. I need this. I need that. I need a babysitter. I need a keeper. Would you like to adopt a cartoonist? If you pay his fees, they give him all his shots and a license tag, and you can take him home, keep him in a cage, feed him pellets. They're comic for you. Anyway. I don't know the tempo that most anime comics use, or how they do a punchline, how they do a comedy beat or a long pause, or how they illustrate an intense moment. I'm only vaguely familiar with it. There we go. I'm glad these things are. Beg your pardon? thecodelesscode.com/case1. Case/1. Excuse me, man. I'm just looking for a spoon. Got a fork. Suppose I could eat it with a fork. Doesn't work as well, but there it is. There you have it. 2,000 spoons, and all you need is a knife. Until you need a spoon, and then there's nothing but forks. That's how they get you. They see you coming. Oh, golly gee whiz bang. I love how they give you like Ben and Jerry's ice cream, you know, like the densest ice cream on the planet, you know. There are dwarf stars that aren't as dense as Ben and Jerry's, and they give you a little plastic spoon. And you're laughing, and even the spoon is going, are you kidding me? Cute. I thought Java was the object of scorn and ridicule amongst coders. I wouldn't know. I don't know none of this. I just hear what they talk about. I wouldn't know Java from a cup of lukewarm coffee. Oh, well, this is a pretty good plastic spoon, actually. Better quality one. The day that people who know how to do the job get into management positions, that ain't gonna happen. Of course, you got to realize the reason that the engineers are at the bottom and the managers are at the top, because it takes two different kinds of skill sets. Especially tired of that. Anyway, in any system, the reason that management is so incompetent, it's the Dilbert principle. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Dilbert principle. Hold on, let me turn this down here. Well, good night. Want an ambience in the background, huh? Okay, look. It's called the Dilbert principle. Not the Dilbert principle, the Peter principle. The Peter principle is a little bit more serious study than the Dilbert principle of why. Ow. If I figure out which one. Anyway, got the wrong one. Didn't get the right one. Which one is it? It's killing me. This noise. Ah, found it. Ha. Well, like I was saying, the Peter principle is the assumption that in any hierarchy, Everybody in the hierarchy is promoted until they reach their level of incompetence. And there they stay. Basically, you take somebody who's in the low rank, you promote them up, you hire them in the mailroom, and they slowly get promoted up the ladder until they reach a point where they are competent enough to they are not competent enough to do the job well, but they're not incompetent enough to get fired, and so there they stay. Now, the thing of it is, this explains so much about why any bureaucracy, any corporation, same problem. Very few people are promoted to the level where they do their best. They're promoted to the level where they can do well. And part of the reason for that is that people don't realize that the skills necessary to do well at one level are completely irrelevant to what you do on the next. A teacher, a good classroom teacher, does not make a classroom teacher a good classroom teacher, are not the ones that make a good principal, a good school principal. The skills that make a garage floor repairman a brilliant repairman does not make him a good administrator or supervisor for the garage floor. But the problem is, we promote people based on how they do where they are, not how they do where they would be. Are you following me? The problem with, for instance, Dilbert's pointy-haired boss. He's probably a great administrator for any situation that required generic administration. But he has a bunch of working under him. He doesn't know how they do what they do. He knows how to run his particular tier, but he doesn't have any of the skills necessary to work with an engineer. He was probably, he's a bureaucrat who would probably do great in an office full of other bureaucrats. But working in an office where he's in charge of somebody who actually does something, he's at sea. That comes around because the first rule is that you get promoted to your level of incompetence. The second rule is that this is generally because the skills necessary to thrive and succeed at the next level up are totally irrelevant to the level you're at. The third problem with the pointy-haired boss is when corporations try to get clever and find ways to skirt around problem number 2 by hiring people who are trained how to be administrators, but do not necessarily. But the problem is that administrative skills are not generic. Other than certain very broad, very rudimentary rules, you still have to know what the people below you do and how they do it. This is why we have such terrible politicians. We have people administering farm policy for the United States who have never walked on a clod of dirt in their life. We've got people administering, legislating for business who have never tried to earn an income outside of politics. They're great politicians, obviously. They're brilliant politicians. But when it comes to actually doing the job of administering the portions of the nation over which they have oversight, they don't know what they're doing. They're like that ad, the old El Paso the old El Paso salsa company was making fun of how other corporations make salsa. They showed a bunch of guys in an office. Do we want to make salsa this week, or oven mitts? When you have people who treat when you have people who are trained in generic business administration, but who aren't trained in the actual business they're administrating, this is what you get: the pointy-haired boss. I suppose the final corollary would be it's very, very, very hard to find somebody who is skilled in both areas. In the management skills, it's very hard to find somebody with management skills who is also competent in the actual ground floor job skills. Meanwhile, everybody's running around trying to look for a formula to solve all these problems, and they're not going to find one. Oh, Random Video Game Nerd, welcome aboard. Finland. Oh, awesome. Yeah, Random Video Game Nerd. Yes, the money has been raised to cover the electric bill. It has been stashed away in the bank and is going to be handed out. I made a payment arrangement with the electric company so that they'll get the money over time. They'll be handed to them gradually. So it's kind of bad to pay bills like that. Get a big chunk in, get a big chunk out. There are various reasons that's a problem. For one thing, it makes your finances very unstable. I do like to say it. Give me a second. I always take commissions. Right now, because I'm working on the probability bomb, there is no telling when I'll be able to get to your commission. It might be the end. It might be several months. I don't know. I'm just warning you. I've already just letting you know. But if you do want to place a commission, I do always take them. Let's see here. Okay, this background is annoying. Do you think this background is kind of annoying? This background noise, this background ambiance. Um. Corintelia, yeah. I'm working on another page of the probability bomb. It's basically a crossover between Quentin and between Tales of the Questor and Space Ranger. And our brave heroes meet each other in the far-flung future, and they have to save the universe from a lunatic who wants to set off a really big bomb to prove the universe happened by accident. It makes sense in context. Do you want me to look for another background? Woof. Pardon. I don't know. It's generic and mellow enough for me that I can ignore it. I've tried using ones with voices, you know, ambient crowd sounds, that kind of thing. 'Cause those bug me. And the rain ones, we do the rain thing all the time, and it gets kind of old. So I tried to find something new. That hat doesn't look right. I don't know. Needs work. Some days I really regret giving him a hat. Let me tell you. That looks terrible. I just realized I drew it on the wrong darn layer. Let's see here. Yep. Let's see. is. Too true. It's more that his ears get in the way. It's the same problem I had with Nip and Tuck, is that Tuck had that straw hat. I was constantly having to decide whether his ears were under it, above it, drawn through it, you know. Ah, good, I got rid of that one. This one for a while. Now, any topics that anybody would like to talk about right now? Of course, well, to be frank, the ear hole thing is just so that we as human beings can draw a hat that looks familiar to us. Realistically speaking, an anthropomorphic creature would design a hat with ears already in mind. So it would probably be a hat that either covered the ears entirely or left them entirely exposed in the way it was worn. No. You ever wonder why Tarzan didn't have a beard? There's no answer. It's just nobody ever thinks about it. They always show Tarzan. Tarzan, in every incarnation of that character, he has always been clean shaven. It makes absolutely no sense in any context. Oh yeah. So I said, the Google self-driving car should have an I'm feeling lucky button that lets you drive to a random location. Get some interesting results right there. Food for thought. Mars is currently populated entirely by robots. It's kind of cool. Once you have a PhD, every meeting you go to becomes a doctor's appointment. And this is a good point. You ever notice it must be fluent in Mandarin or Spanish or Chinese or whatever, the job description, you must be fluent in this language. Why don't they just post it in that language? And here's what I never really thought about. Everybody wondered why do everybody always says babies cry so much because they can't speak. This guy makes a more interesting point. The newborns are always crying because any discomfort they feel is literally one of the worst things they've ever experienced. You don't think about that, do you? It is literally the worst thing that has ever happened to them. my father being a Baptist especially, one of the doctors that he tries to make the point that here's evidence that people are naturally born sinful and deceitful. I mean, you can take a baby or a toddler, a baby, they'll start crying. It's obvious there's nothing wrong. In fact, you'll see sometimes, you'll see the baby start crying and then look around to see if he's getting any attention. They say, this is proof that they're deceitful. And I'm like, but I'm going, Dad, Dad, some babies can't speak English. And and God only gave them 2 buttons, silent and emergency klaxon. So they're going to use whatever they have. I mean, it's like having a car horn. You're only going to be able to get attention one way. You know where kids learn to lie? Their parents. First lesson they learn. Did you do this? Did you do this? This over here, did you do this? Uh-huh. Yeah, that worked out great, didn't it, kid? You gonna keep your mouth shut next time, aren't you? I just can't figure out why my child isn't honest with me. I can't understand it. They'll talk with their friends about any problem they're having, but they'll never talk to me. Of course not. Because their friend is their friend. You, on the other hand, are the person who can destroy their world. Of course they're not going to talk to you first. I put this in one of the comics, between, when Lily in Goblin Hollow, when Lily was trying to open up to get Penny to open up. I pointed this out. It's, everybody comes up and for the first half of your life, you're a kid. Up until you are 13, everybody's not now, honey. Not now, honey. Not now, honey. We don't want to talk right now, honey. Be quiet, honey. Stop talking, honey. Not now, baby. This is the time for the adults to, quiet. Children should be seen and not heard. Be quiet. Not now. Hush now. Hush now. Stop talking. Don't listen. No, we don't have time. But then, boom, they turn 13, and all of a sudden, Mom and Dad suddenly want to hear everything you have to say and everything you don't have to say. It's not like your life suddenly got a lot more interesting. Their parents are like, I can't understand why they don't tell me about anything. And a cartoon I saw is mother talking to her daughter. Now, honey, when you grow up, I want you to be a strong, independent woman with a mind of your own. Right now, when you're a child, I want you to be passive, compliant, and obedient. Yeah, yes, the parents realize that the kid's going to be moving away. Problem is, they spent the first, they've got to, you want to talk to a kid, you have to look at it from the kid's perspective. They're hitting an age where things are starting to get weird and embarrassing, and they have private feelings now, and everything from their social group to sex have changed. And maybe they just don't have anything that they want to talk about. When you come in there and say, any parent comes in there and says, now, honey, you do know that you can talk to me about anything. The kid's not dumb. The kid's not dumb. What would you think if somebody came into your room? Now, is there anything you want to talk to me about? The only time your parents wanted to know, up until that point, the only time your parents wanted to know what that you were up to was right before they found a reason to hit you, or to punish you, or to ground you. What now? And you ask them, how was school today? What? It sucked, as always. We went to home economics, built a space shuttle, and flew to the moon. And how was your day? You know. 13 years telling a kid to shut up, and all of a sudden you want to give him the fifth degree. Yeah, that's really going to work. You know. I don't know, it just bugs me. Everybody always puts the onus on the child. Yes, they're annoying. Teenagers are incredibly annoying and frustrating, and they're rebellious and everything else, and everything else you want to say about teenagers, about how aggravating they are. But this is a big but. This is a heavy butt. They're a teenager. What's your excuse? You spent, the first 13 years of their life telling them to shut up, and now you want them to talk. You spent the first 13 years of their life demanding that they tell you the truth about what happened, getting mad and slapping them when they did tell you. You spent the first 13 years of their life embarrassing them in public because you thought it was funny. Doing it deliberately too. I've seen parents, you've seen parents do this. And you wonder why they are embarrassed of you now. Just no. Things are going to be complicated, aren't they? Very complicated. And you're going to have to go from treating them like somebody who thought you hung the mood to treating them like an adult who knows that you pick your nose when you think nobody's looking. You disappointed them incredibly by not being the most incredible person on earth anymore. And they're still trying to cope. The fact that our popular culture treats some teenagers like either treats teenagers like adults or like time bombs who are about to explode doesn't help either. Violent crime committed by teenagers has gone down over the past several decades. But you know what has gone up? Teen suicide. 400%. Last time I looked at the numbers, it was 2008. It had gone up to 400% in the past 20 years. One writer, one woman with depression, she posted this on her Facebook. She was so sick of people acting like she hated those, first world problems things. You know, that little meme where, it shows some depressed white woman sitting there crying because, her iPhone won't up the latest app or something, and everybody acting like being depressed was some sort of white person's privilege. She said it wouldn't matter if I was the richest, whitest girl on the planet. It's a mental disease. It's a mental illness, and it would destroy me just the same, regardless of how privileged or not I was. Assuming that a rich, assuming that an upper middle class, well-off person doesn't have, quote unquote, hasn't quote unquote earned the right to be depressed, is like saying they haven't earned the right to have cancer. And everybody talks about the teens, oh, they're so melodramatic. Yeah. We noticed that by looking at the suicide stats. Yeah, I'd say they're pretty melodramatic, right? But they're so miserable that they're willing to kill themselves to make it stop. That's some cold stuff right there. welcome aboard, Spencer Zimmerman. We're up to an audience of 4. Yay! Where were we? Let's see. What was it? What were we talking about? Let's see. I fell quiet for a while there. I like this. This is some quotes about marriage. Lee Majors, original $6 Million Man. When a man steals your wife, there's no better revenge than to let him keep her. I had some words with my wife, and she had some paragraphs with me. Bill Clinton. The most effective way to remember your wife's birthday is to forget it once. Kobe Bryant. Rudy Giuliani. I don't worry about terrorism. I was married for 2 years. You know, if people in our society, if we ate less grain, if we ate less carbs, we could eat the same amount of food. If we ate the same amount of food that we do now, bite for bite, calorie for calorie, the whole run works. But we just reduced carbs, we'd probably be a nation of thin people again. But our diet is full of carbs, starches, cheap vegetable oils. Means not only are we eating just as much, we're hungry all the time. But changing back, I don't think most people could afford to go low carb. Little mousy. I'm thinking of getting a pet. I mean, I've been alone here for over a year since the cat ran away. Maybe I'll get a hamster. Low economic commitment pet. I really should. I really should. But no willpower. No willpower. No self-control. And this is why I am where I am. No matter what diet it is, it still requires some degree of self-control. Going off carbs means weaning yourself off them. Reducing them to a rational percentage of your diet is a constant exercise. I've been on diets before, and I hate being on a diet. I've been on a couple of, not just because I'm hungry, because it's all you can think about. Every thought, I mean, when you just eat, you eat. When you're not on a diet, you're hungry, you go and eat, and you forget about it, and you get on with your life. But when you're on a diet, your entire psychic, social, spiritual existence revolves around what you're going to eat next, and what and how much you're not supposed to eat, and where you're going to go, and how you're going to get it, and you become the most boring conversationalist alive. Yeah, well, gluten-free isn't the same as low carb. And it's only a small percentage of people who actually have a problem with gluten. But everybody just going nuts about it. God knows. I do apologize. So I should let you all know that when I start, anybody that's new here, I should let. When I start really, really getting into a drawing, I will fall dead silent for ages at a time. There are two times I do that. Is when I really start drawing, I will either, if I really get into a topic, I will draw almost on autopilot. But if I really, I will either be ranting on a particular topic and drawing like there's no tomorrow, or I will be drawing and fall dead stone silent. I guess it's just a matter of focus, I suppose. When sort of a Zen state, you might call it, where just being in the zone. When I'm discussing a political topic, and or when I'm really, really focused on drawing, I am in the zone, and it shows in how much work I actually get done. Let's see here. Do you have any topics? I forgot to check the mailbox. We'll give it just a second. Give me just a second here, and we'll go check on the website. Just saying. I want to do this before I forget to. Little guy's on autopilot at this point. Stumbled across an interesting comic by Funny Junk. His comic by Dark Horse Comics is called Beasts of Burden. It's about a group of ghost hunters, paranormal investigators, except they're all house pets in one little suburb called Burden. Beasts of Burden, ha 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 ha. But it's pretty good. It's a real fun read, and I've read about 5. They've got about 4 or 5 issues posted in Funny Junk, and it's a real good read, actually. It's just a very novel approach, to the genre. It's not humorous reading. It's not a parody or anything. It treats the idea dead serious. These house cats and such are aware of things going on in their little cul-de-sac, that the humans are oblivious to, and they work together to protect their neighborhood. Okay, I'm losing track of what I was doing here. Let's see here. Okay, check out the channel. Here we go. Okay, yeah, it's a new hip thing to freak about gluten. Yeah. Just like it's a new hip thing to. This is the thing. I am pro vaccination. Okay, I believe. Yeah, vaccination's great. Hooray! Yes. You know, vaccinations. I've got vaccine scars on my arm. I'm like, yeah, it's got them when I was a kid. You know, they for I forget what I was vaccinated for. You know, the usual. You know, I believe polio too. You know, they gave me the rounds, and but look, I can see getting vaccinated for various things, but look, it's time to assess these things realistically. Measles, great. You want to vaccinate for it? Great. But the assumption that anybody who doesn't want to take a measles vaccine or give their kids a measles vaccine is some sort of ignorant Luddite who is imperiling us all with the next great plague. Okay, first off, measles is a minor childhood disease. Yes, you can die from it. You can die from a head cold. You can die from the flu. You can die from the. You can die from indigestion. It is still, measles is still a minor childhood disease and was regarded as such for decades before they had a measles vaccine. Okay, they've shown I've shown the charts. The death rate from measles dropped to almost zero before the measles vaccine was even invented. The measles vaccine was invented in the mid-1960s, about 1964. By 1963, the number of deaths in America from measles was almost nil. Why? It wasn't because of the vaccine. It wasn't because we had suddenly become immune. It was because sanitation, hygiene, nutrition, just a higher standard of living, healthier people. That contributed far more to the safety of our population from measles than anything. But even back then, it was regarded as a minor childhood disease. In fact, they would even hold measles parties where they would bring the kids together who had chickenpox and measles so they could all catch it at the same time and all get over it at the same time. And of course, this makes the modern doctors and health experts wet their pampers. But amazingly enough, our civilization somehow survived. Contrary to the expectation that we all keeled over dead immediately afterward. Okay? Second of all, the death rate from measles is about the same as the death rate from the measles vaccine. It's it's incredibly low. A certain number of people get the measles vaccine and die. And the numbers for that are about the same as the number of people who die from the measles itself. 3, there are people that the vaccine itself. There are people who caught the measles from the vaccine. They got a bad batch, or they simply caught it from the vaccine. And there are people who have been vaccinated who have turned out to be carriers. Yeah, little measles typhoid Mary. So it's not that cut and dried. The vaccination is not a magic bullet. And you are not a retarded ogre if you are hesitant about sticking them into your kid. For something as serious as polio, I say hell yes. For serious disease, I say yes. If they got a vaccine, and if you are at risk, pass them out. But for measles, that's, you should have a little more. It should be a little less. We should be a little less enthusiastic about shooting people up with mass-produced vaccines, just to deal with other people's fears. Especially when they are obviously disproportionate. Look, we got people running around every flu season. We've got people traveling en masse to the local grocery store to get a flu vaccine. And how effective have those vaccines been against stopping the flu? Almost nil. It's still the flu season, and next year there's a whole new strain, and you might as well have not taken them at all. They're not a magic. Vaccines have done incredible things, but they're not. They're not a miracle. They're not a magic bullet. They won't stop everything, and in fact, they have drawbacks and hazards of their own. And it's about balance. It's about risk assessment. If your risks of getting sick or killed by the vaccine are almost the same as the risks of getting killed by the disease itself, perhaps it's time to reevaluate. And it's especially terrible, it's especially terrifying that the number of people who say that your parental rights should be taken away if you don't give your child a measles vaccine. Actually, most kids get inoculated. It's a 3-shot. It's measles, mumps, and rubella. It's easier on life in general to avoid a disease in the first place, but we are putting a lot of faith in the medical industry, in the medical community, and in the government to not overdo things and to not screw up. These are the same people who conducted the Tuskegee experiment, okay? These are the same people who thought it was a great idea to have ships full of sailors be personal eyewitnesses to the explosion of the nukes at Bikini Island. These are the same people who thought it was perfectly acceptable to release radioactive material over American cities just to measure how it spread through the citizens. These are people who, whistleblowers in the government, former government agents have come out and said they use the inoculation programs as cover for experimentation on the American populace. We should be a little bit skeptical, especially when the reaction to our saying, well, maybe we'll do without the measles vaccine. I mean, it's not really a serious disease. And everybody goes into shrieking hysterics and threatens to take our children away from us if we don't do it. And may I point out, you're saying my kid's a risk, medical kid. You're saying my kid is a risk to your kid because your kid is, my kid has not been vaccinated. But I thought your kid had been vaccinated. So how is my kid a risk to your kid? Isn't that interesting? It's becoming another. It's just people in authority looking for an excuse, a rationalization, another rationalization for taking children away from their parents. Whatever legitimate concern they might have had for the child's health has disappeared in their lip-licking eagerness to snatch children away from the stupid people who just brought them into the world. Pardon. Okay, let's drop into the forums. www.rhjunior.com, and we go to the channel, we go to the discussion, we go to the forums. We go down to Spleen Squeezins mailbox. Clarify, this is not a conversation forum. It's questions only. Please do not start a conversation in the Spleen Squeezin mailbox. I will delete it. Let's see. American Honor, if you're watching, apparently wherever you are, your YouTube chat does not work. I don't know what to tell you. Everybody else, it's working for just fine. You might want to check over your ad block. That might be it. Look. Okay, again and again and again, I'm going to keep saying this. If you have a question, great. Ask the question. Do not start a conversation in the chat. I'm deleting it. I know there's nothing offensive in what they're saying or anything here, but the mailbox is for questions only. Questions only. Okay. Let me finish this here. Added. Please do not start discussion threads here. This is for show questions only. Because if I'm going to come back here looking for questions to answer on the show, it helps if it's not dipped in a layer of topics that are not on the issue. Okay, the Season 5 hype. Okay, let's see what this is about. Talking about Equestria Daily. This is the major reveals so far for the show. Among other things, they've expanded the map of Equestria. They've shown that the griffins do come across from an ocean, right here. There's a griffin land. They've expanded the map, basically. Lots. You got a lot more characters, more DJ Pony, more Diamond Tier development. You know, it's just vague stuff. Nothing really solid yet. Episode 100 is going to be all background or minor ponies, which is interesting. Oh, they're going to have Maud Pie return in the Heartwarming episode. They are going to have a new My Little Pony movie. It's going to be ponies, no frickin' Equestria girls. Okay, that was an abomination. It really was. It's just appalling. Look, what all Equestria Girls boils down to is they saw the market for the Bratz dolls and the Monster High dolls, which is basically, I want to be a young bimbo too, toy line. Everybody complains about Barbie. I mean, Barbie's been everything from a veterinarian to an astronaut, you know. But these, let me show you this. These Bratz dolls. I saw one that had Bratz doll with a stripper pole today. That should tell you everything. Images. Here we go. Look at this. The junior teens, you know, the junior slut training set. You know. Come on. Boot it up here. Show me the picture. No, you're not gonna show me the picture. You're just gonna jerk me around here, are you? Look at this. View image. I don't know how well you can see that. That's kind of teeny tiny. Look at this. Boots. Bimbo lipstick. No noses for some reason. Ugh. And here's the Monster High line. Monster High. These are even more generic. Same story. Big hooker boots. Poofy lips. 5 pounds of mascara. Except their theme with like vampire. Ooh, vampires and goblins and ghosties and ooh, and just crap. Ugh. I want to find whoever designed these things and decided to market them to little girls, to drag them out and just beat the stupid out of them. Now let's look at, you know, I've been whining about this for years, and I'll keep whining about it. Here they are. Hasbro's sitting around. Oh, we need to compete with these dolls. Where are we going to get an idea? Let's see. Now there's this woman by the name of Lauren Faust. Maybe they haven't heard of her. Who has been trying for years to get her own story. It's the Galaxy Girls. Each of the characters is based off a different planet. This is Pluto, Mars, Venus, the Sun, Soul Area, I guess she's called, Saturn, the one with the hula hoops, Mercury, Neptune. You get the idea? in their adventures, is original style. And look at what Lauren Faust did. She's sitting right there. She's right across the table from them, and she's just taken their D-list plastic pony line and turned it into one of the most raging successes in the toy industry in ages. And they walk right past her and. What are you gonna do, It's a crying shame. I would love to see Lauren Faust bring this Galaxy Girls to life. But here they are. They looked right at her. They had her right at the table. And they passed her up to make, and they had to make a ghastly, god-awful ripoff of their own merchandise, the Equestria Girls. It's just enough to make a creative soul weep. I'm a little stuffed up. Bleh. Stuffed up. I gotta figure out which dragon characters to put in this scene. Oh, stuffy. That's the background sounds. It's ambientmixer.com. There's a dash in the middle there. ambient-mixer.com. You can get all sorts of sounds and backgrounds and such ambient mixes to play in the background while you're, well, doing whatever. Public domain, so I don't have to worry about any of that crap. Pardon. Bleh. Let's see here. Open spaceport. try this. Turn this one off. Get a different mix. Change things up. It's not doing anything, I don't know. Let it sit. Well, the new season of My Little Pony starts April 4th. For those who are wondering. Okay. Like there's going to niggas be cheating on prettiest girls for hoes who could have taken roles in Monsters, Inc. That's the truth. Of course, you got to wonder what kind of situation it is. I mean, you know, pretty skin deep, but mean goes right to the bone. I don't know that this is all too great either. There. Well. let's see here. Dragons. Already done. Amiga Dragon. Cypher. Already done. Drew Gilberson. Save. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Similar to D&D Dragonborn, alright. Okay. No wings, no tail, or otherwise, yeah. D&D character sheets for kids. Cute. Interesting. Anyway. Drat. Where's it? Okay, images, come on. I see what I'm doing wrong. This character is, let's see, for Elena Troiano, female reptilian humanoid, similar to D&D Dragonborn. So, let's see here. See how close I can get. let's see. Maybe some scales. Give it a little texture. This one is for, let's see, James Otten. Raptor type dragon. So. Eh. There is a movie that just crossed my mind. I just don't know why. Let's see, oh, come on, you stupid machine. Come on. Ah, here we go. I saw this movie on TV like when I was a little bitty fella. There it is, the Doberman Gang. Animal trainer uses a pack of Dobermans to commit a bank robbery. Not much information, but I was just wondering about the general plot and stuff. I couldn't remember stuff about it. They even have an actual movie website. Good grief. As I recall, it ended with the dogs turning on their owners and running off with the money. Not that they were smart enough to know what the money was, they didn't train them properly, and the dogs refused to let anybody take the money from them, not even their masters. You look far enough, you'll find out the dumbest movie. I think the absolute dead bottom of movies. I mean, I thought Baby Geniuses was an abysmally stupid idea. They actually bypassed. They actually surpassed it. This movie went to the theaters. Baby Geniuses 2, Super Babies. It was a live-action movie. Remember this, about baby geniuses who speak in their own language and who gain superpowers. And I remember seeing the trailer for it, and blood nearly began gushing from my eyes. I remember it was, they had some seriously gruesome scenes. I mean, the dogs, drew blood. So it was pretty. Bizarre. Just don't ask me why it even crossed my mind. There it was. But just really some of the things that it's one of the stranger phenomenons in our in culture. These things that are such abysmal failures, such terrible ideas that nobody should have ever even gone from, and yet a mob of people will fall behind them in euphoric glee over them, and follow it right over the end, and right off a cliff. Excuse me. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Here's a thought for you. Here's a thought experiment for you. Something to ponder at your leisure. Why do bad ideas persist? Not evil bad. Like, I don't know, communism or racism or anything like that. I'm talking like, the Twilight movies. New Coke. Not even the Twilight movies. That's argumentatively subjective evaluation. But let's say, like New Coke or Ed Wood and his movies, and just run down a list of things that have been abysmal failures. The best of the worst. The things that were absolutely terrible. And just cost money. And didn't it didn't do anything for anybody, even the people that were advocating it. Again, like just give me a minute here. Some of the worst failures to speak of. Let's see if I can find a list here. There was a TV special called The Best of the Worst. It gave an example of them. It was a briefly aired TV show. Anyway, I mean, why is it that certain ideas, as bad as they are, persist? For instance, there was Gerber Baby Foods' ill-advised attempt to break into the adult food market. They came up with food, it was one serving size. They called it singles. First of all, the stuff that they put in, is beef stew and other stuff like that. Beef stew and asparagus soup and various sophisticated adult palate foods. But it was the same consistency as baby food. First of all. Second of all, they sold it in the exact same jars as the Gerber baby food, just a different label. Third, the name Singles was really off-putting to single people. Anyone, which is the least of its problems. But this product was conceived, prototyped, tested, test-marketed, run through the corporate voting process, and then put out on the shelves in the United States. Why? Why do bad ideas like this persist? Why did we have the movie Baby Geniuses and its sequel Super Babies? I mean, these were awful. Let me see if it is YouTube. Okay. This is the official trailer. This is the trailer that came out in the theater. Okay. This is Pain. Okay, I'm turning this music off. background noise, whatever. Here we go. Oh, a second one. Come on, computer. Image. Flip. 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 There we go.
When an evil villain threatens to take control of the world,
In just a few hours, I will control the minds of the children through their own television sets.
there is only one group we can turn to.
Sorry about that.
Now, it will take a legendary hero
Why don't you pick on somebody half your size?
Kohuna, my little arch enemy.
to unite them and create the ultimate team.
We can become our super selves and help Kahuna. All right, kids.
We're about to have company.
Is your soul bleeding
Candy
yet?
cane for my taste, but then I'm an adult.
Team, now.
Brain Boy,
Playtime is over.
Baby Courageous,
It's my time.
Bouncing Boy,
I like bouncing. Can our brother get some water? Get back to work.
and Cupid Girl.
Spread the love.
I love you, man.
This summer,
Get them. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
adventure comes in small packages.
Is he gone?
Super Babies, Baby Geniuses 2. Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up.
I may never recover. Also known as Ralph Hayes Jr. I'm seriously, I'm mortally wounded soul by the existence of that movie. I want you to think about the very system that was supposed to keep something like that from ever happening in a theater made it happen. Now, Nickelback, okay, Nickelback has fans. Nickelback is actually a music group that plays good music. Just the fact that you personally dislike them, or it's hip and trendy to dislike them, I note. But this is the kind of awful I'm talking about. Okay? Awful ideas. Okay? It hurts to know that movie exists. Or here's another one. Freddy Got Fingered. Remember that one? Okay. Anyway, it's just something. That's you could probably make an entire sociological study of how it is that such excruciatingly bad stuff persists. How it gets through the system that's supposed to prevent it from happening. How, despite the more people you involve, who should be throwing up red flags every step of the way. I mean, it's conceivable if you have one or two people working in private that they'll get a bad idea out without any resistance. But it should make more sense that you get a crowd of people. There should be people standing the entire way, standing athwart the progress of this disaster, trying to make it not happen. And yet, it seems to make it happen faster. I want you to realize that literally, think of it, every single, imagine how many adults were involved in the making of that Super Babies movie. People who actually expected to make a profit off it. This goes beyond the issue of morals and ethics. I mean, it's understandable that a fallen world should have terrible morals, but terrible taste. And it's even not a matter of having terrible taste. It's that everybody involved with it uniformly denies it is awful. The actors said it was awful. The people who saw it said it was awful. The guys who produced it said it was awful. Everybody said it was awful. The same story with Twilight. The actors who performed in Twilight have come out and said, this is just terrible. But it made it to the theaters. And then Bill Cosby's movie, Leonard Part 6. Actually, I saw that movie. It was weird, but it had its own charm. It was, but he admitted it was awful movie making. And he said he went on Jay Leno, don't go and see this. Don't. Just don't. All these people, everybody from beginning to end saying bad, and yet it happened. It's one of the most. It's got to be one of the most extraordinary, bizarre phenomenon in human social interaction. It's if I were a sociologist or anthropologist, I would be be all over this. There's a series of books. There are people who write on some of the more obscure topics about society. For instance, the book The Tipping Point, about what makes an idea take off in a culture. The book A Perfect Mess, how the basic thesis is that orderliness is not necessarily the guidepost of creativity or efficiency. Other books like that that investigate how and why certain things happen in our society, and why these seemingly random events. This is the sort of thing that these writers and these sociologists should be all over. But anyway, okay, it is 10 o'clock. I'm thinking since I missed a couple of days, I'm going to go ahead. Tomorrow is Saturday. We're going to go ahead and have another show Saturday too. 6 o'clock. Same bat time, same bat channel. But for now, I'm going to shut her down. Okay, now, I will caveat emptor. I may, if I can, I'll have the show tomorrow at 6. But I'm going to be running around because just got dug out of my driveway, essentially. Paid a local kid about $8 to shovel off the snow so I could get out my front door. And probably going to be running to the store and to the bank and to a couple other places. So, but I will try and get back, and we'll start at 6 if I can. If not, we'll just say I can. I will. Okay. I'll see you then. Well, right now, gonna call it a night. I never saw Pluto Nash. Didn't watch Eddie Murphy. Just so you know. But anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Y'all take care. Y'all have a good night.